Testing. Mike. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Test. This. Can you hear the sound of my voice? There are 4 lights. Can you? Is it on? Do you want to turn me on? Are the speakers on? Hold on. Stop filming. Oh, it's on. It's on. I'm on here, guys. It's got a 3 written on it. Is it not working? Oh, you can hear me. It's there. A little more. A little more. Up, up, up. Is that good in the back? Is there any? Is it working? Okay. Okay. So if I talk like this, you'll hear me? Okay. I'll stop shouting. Maybe I'm shouting. It's very loud in the hotel. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for day 2 of the Amiga 30th anniversary at the Computer History Museum. Yesterday was just the rehearsal day, so today's the actual day. We had a banquet last night. See a lot of familiar faces. It was pretty epic, is the word I'd like to use for it. It was a real honor for me personally to be on stage with people I grew up worshiping while playing video games. We have some speakers this afternoon. We've got the guys from OS. They're going to do a technical deep dive. Should be very interesting. People who know things will be here to call them out and help them make a better product. That's what they want from us. After that, we're going to have speakers. Perry, I don't know if I got that right. Sorry, Perry. Is going to be here. Perry was the developer of applications such as AdPro, you might have heard of, ASDG, Elastic Reality. Very, very popular in the graphic space. We also have Stephen Sully, who is the development community lead, or I don't know, he'll tell you his title. He works on Amiga OS 4. So if you had a chance to use any of the Amiga OS 4 systems that are here, Steve does a lot of work to coordinate the development efforts for that, as well as contributing a lot of code. It mostly works. The stuff he does mostly works. Then after that, we're going to have Joe come up and talk. After, we'll have another hour or so at 5 o'clock because we have to be out of here at 8, and we have a lot of things to pack. I think there are systems on history table, one boots, but doesn't have software. One of them is, there's 2 broken systems and one that doesn't boot because of software. Everything else is working, which is fantastic. I'm going to ask Zach to come up on stage and say a few words. The Viva Amiga documentary again. If you were at the banquet, you've seen this before. If you want to watch it again, you're certainly welcome. We're going to ask that you do not film the Viva presentation. It is not available for distribution yet. We get a very special preview showing. Yes? All right, can you... Zach? Yeah, no photos, nothing. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because the work is nearing completion, and there's the obvious visual art, and that means that it has a lot of power from a perspective. I don't know, you going to talk about your plans for what's next with the film? Yeah. Okay. I had a great... I could possibly imagine. And introduce your film, and we'll start with the second showing of Viva Amiga, the event.
You don't mic Zach, but you mic me. I like the way this works. He's a fast guy. You got to do that for a movie like this. Am I at, okay? Just talk. Hi everybody. Hi. I'm the guy who's in the movie that makes you say, "Why is this guy in the movie?" And the reason why I'm in the movie is because I've made several documentaries about technical subjects before, and Zach had hit me up for a lot of information about, how am I going to do this? How do I make it interesting? What do I do? I'm very passionate about the Amiga. I don't even know where to start. So I gave him a lot of advice in the beginning, although he didn't need that much advice. And then he was like, will you come down and maybe be one of my first interviews? And I said, sure. Why? So we went to, and so there is him, movie's going to be, it was about 4 years ago, which is why I'm not gray in there. He just asked me questions and asked me to industry about my experience with the Amiga and with a bunch of other things. So that's it. And then he just used too much, but hopefully he'll cut back a little bit. I'm currently a software curator and archivist at something called the Internet Archive, which a lot of you know as Machine, but it also has a whole bunch of other things, and so I'm part of the software curation along with the books and movies and music they also do. I'm very proud of Zach for the work he's done. This is not an easy process. He does not look the same as when he started. When he first started, he was a young, beautiful sprite of a man with a dream, and now he looks like he's been dry tumbled a bit too long. But he's very passionate about it, and it's been interesting to watch him work through the various pieces and how he's doing it and how different it is. These are not easy movies to make. They don't tend to have that sexiness of somebody, died violently and we're going to get the story, or we're going to see a car crash. There's very few car crashes and exploding helicopters in the Amiga story. So anyway, I just wanted to make that statement. I didn't get a chance last night, and I will give one very strange link, which was the last night during the panel. The people up on the panel talked about what influences the Amiga had in the world, and they quoted some about how it affected approaches that Microsoft took and others took towards the interface. And the way that I got my Amiga in 1987 was that I had a friend of mine who was rather well off and had weird toys, and he said, I love this Amiga thing, and my work has an extra one. Would you like to have it for a while? And I said, yes. And I had it for about 1.5 years before he was like, work is wondering where the Amiga is. Can you give it back to me? And I sadly said yes. Anyway, his name was Andy, and he loved to play with technology in high school, which is how he learned the nickname Android Reuben. And he went on to create, with other people, the Android operating system. So he was an Amiga lover way in the beginning, and I'm sure it informed some of his decisions as well. It's harder to reach him now, my old friend Andy, for some reason. I think because he's worth $1 billion or whatever. Anyway, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them, although I was not there for every step of Zach's work. Or I have stunned everyone to a deep and thoughtful silence in the meaning of the Amiga, which I hope is what this will do, this beautiful film. Anyone has any questions? Okay, well, I hope you've all enjoyed the film. This is, as he said, an in-work process. He's already gotten a lot of feedback on facts and figures and people, and I think that's wonderful. You're lucky to see a preview and see where it's going to go. I'm sure when you see it again, it'll be an even more fleshed out and interesting piece of work. So thanks again for your time, and we're now going to actually talk to some Amiga people to find out what we got wrong. Thank you much.
Him. All Hangara. Hogana. This is Hogana. I woke up this morning. My eyes open. I go, Hogana. I can say his name now. Okay, I'm going to mute this and we'll hook him up.
Hello? Hello?
We'll turn it up a little bit.
No, it doesn't work. It won't work. Let me see. Hello? This is better, right? Yeah.
We'll turn it up. It'll be fine.
I think this is better. I don't mind. Don't worry. This must be like elegance through simplicity.
There you go. HDMI?
Yeah.
Make sure you sit.
Sure? Hello? Hello? Test? 1, 2, 3. This is good. Okay. All right, and then I guess we're gonna fix this display. Okay. Yeah. So, there we go. A 30 hertz. That one gives kind of weird. Let's see. Actually says it is connected.
He's plugged in the back. He's driving the film. Make it like 12. Is there something there? No? Order for laptops.
And you don't have a VJ cable or anything like that?
The iPad was driving that thing.
I have no idea. Let me see. One moment. Okay. Then I'll have to do this the other way. The other way is to just jack it directly into the back. Let's have some patience. So we're going to do this creative way.
Okay. As far as it's going to go.
Yeah, that's fine.
It should be detecting her right in with this long cable.
So there we are. Okay, so I'm a bit off at a distance, but do you guys have a good picture? Okay. So yeah. So I'm gonna do. This is the deep dive into FriendOS, where we are at right now. Our beta version is ready, planned to be ready in October, but there's already a lot to show now. So I hope you guys won't be too disappointed. So I don't know how much you guys have seen, but I'm gonna assume you haven't seen anything. We basically started out developing a system for a client in a company we founded in Norway, which was doing web development, software and systems. And so I got a job to integrate different Windows disks with a CRM system for an accounting firm. And I got this idea to make a desktop with disks on it to give a familiar screen. But then I went to sleep one night and I got this idea. What if I would do something else in addition to what I was doing? So I suddenly got this huge idea. I went to the office. I talked with my coworker Michael, and suddenly, you know, this was like a vortex pulling us in. So basically, what we decided to do was to create an operating system that used the web technology as a graphical user interface, and then put the kernel written in C on either the same device, but since there were separate programs, you could put the server in the cloud or on the LAN or wherever you wanted, and as long as you had the IP address to it, you could connect to it and download the user interface. And so we started building the FriendOS. It has a really strong resemblance to the Amiga OS, and that's because this is so basically what we've done is that we've built an Amiga-like desktop environment that uses a custom-made server kernel. It's a mix between, the best way to describe it is a mix between a web server and a kernel. And we're using this as an abstraction layer to make available all the resources on the host environment. So if it's running on Windows, it abstracts the resources available on Windows. If it's running on Linux, it abstracts the resources available on Linux. If it's running on both, one instance is running on Linux and one is running on Windows, you can put that abstracts both the systems at the same time, going through the access node. So if you imagine these servers set up, you have the one you're accessing through the IP address, and then that one can be accessing other nodes to make available those resources at that location. So that's the cluster. You have a cluster, and you choose an access node, and that's how you get into the resources available there. The desktop environment itself has a lot of on the client. Some type of Citrix thing that's streaming raster graphics. Everything in the graphical user interface is handled by JavaScript. Processing is the server end. So what we have is we have a title bar, we have a dock, we have a window list, and we have the partitions. So what you can see here is that I have several partitions available. The system partition is a bit like the Amiga OS system partition. It has the settings or preferences, if you prefer that. And it has triggers, functions. I'm going to get a bit into that as well. It's a bit more down the line. The applications, which is basically an index of all the applications available to you. Plugins. Everything is accessible through the system. This is like the ROM type of thing. You know, you can't write to this file system. It's read-only. Of course, you can. It will reflect the changes you do low level, but you can't destroy it. So what we decided to do in Friend was to take the coolest features from our point of view on the Amiga OS and build something out of that. And for me, there are some features that are really amazing on the Amiga OS that no other OS could do. Number one, the file system and file structure. How the Amiga OS treated partition. On Windows, you have the C: stuff, and they're still, you know, in the ABC, and they never went beyond the ABC. On the Mac OS, after they killed their own operating system and started using BSD instead, they just put a skin over the Unix file structure. So it looks sweet on the desktop environment, but once you open a shell, it's something else. And you have all the other systems which basically emulate the Windows or the MS-DOS implementation. You find all kinds of wild new OSs, and they have C: and B: and all that stuff, so they don't go past that. The Amiga OS had literal partition names. So you could name them something that would be more familiar to you. And you felt, you know, like in Linux, everything starts on the /, and then it attaches to the root of the tree. This is a bit confusing because it's just one structure, even though it's many structures. So in this way, I think the Amiga OS was much better because it gave a more spatial perspective to the file system. So we followed that, and then we went further, and we said, okay, you had the FFS, OFS, SFS, different file systems on the Amiga. It was doing the same thing. And then you had some experimental projects with making FTP file systems and different ones for the Amiga OS, but they never went as far as they could have gone. So what we did, we make everything into a file system. Because it's really easy to make virtual file systems for Friend OS. It's very easy. And this is how everything can become a file system in Friend OS. So here I have the Amiga 30 website. It's mount websites as doors. We call it doors because it's not quite disks. It's more in the BBS term. This is not finished, so it might be a dumb idea. So let's call it disks. And so when you open a website as a disk, it of course becomes directories and the index file. So I'm going to now go a bit further, because you have so many things you can abstract as disks. In our twin company, we're making this type of Facebook social networking system. It is a bit like you have chat, you have booking, you have calendars, you have library, you can upload movies, all that stuff. In Friend, it's a file system. So we like to do a little flip and say, that social network is how our disk looks like if it's viewed as a social network. So we mount it, and it becomes something like this. And I actually have the chat program, which is running here. And so basically what you're seeing is the social system abstracted in an app running inside the Friend OS. So by using the APIs that are available in the tree-root social networking system, I just built this chat client interfacing with that. It has also audio and video chat. So it becomes really easy to access all kinds of systems when they're all disks. Because when they're all disks, it's the same way to use every system. You go to the disk, double-click that, you go to the folder, you double-click that, you go to the file, you double-click that, and you get a form that does something different for each file format. This way, if you want to update your website, you double-click the website disk that you connect, you double-click the content directory, you double-click the page, and you edit that, and you just save it, and you publish your website. But it goes a bit further than that. This thing is like a rabbit hole. So we have an integrated development environment that we're working on, which we call Artisan. And when Artisan starts up, it looks like a coder's editor. When it starts up, it also becomes a file system. So then the application itself is a file system. And inside the functions folder, you have functions inside the application that it chose to expose as executables. This is how we're doing our AREX implementation in Friend. We call it dormant, and we're not going to make it a programmer thing. We want everybody to have access to application messaging, so it needs to be a file system. So when you double-click the executables, it executes that action in the application. So when you share then the application over the net, people using other Friend desktops will be able to execute functions in your client applications running in JavaScript on your client. This has a lot of implications. It means you can abstract, let's say Photoshop is a tool shed. You can abstract Photoshop, let's say as an example, and you can say, I just want the hammer. Can I mount Photoshop and just execute the hammer in my application to use that cool filter in my application that I don't want to write myself? This means that people can rent out application capability over the internet and share that. This is really clustered application features. You can do a lot of weird stuff with this. So I'm assuming that there's a few developers in the audience. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mount the MySQL virtual file system. So what we do let me see. So when we write code in Friend, we do stuff that is very akin to C coding. So bear with me. I'm going to do this live. So you're going to be able to develop applications directly inside of Friend. And you're going to be able to open the files with our file system abstraction. So you write something like my file is, and then you use our partitions. You might write home or tree root or the website you're building, and you can build an application using the different partitions you connected to your system. You can even write an application using another application as a file system, executing the functions available in that application. So you can actually build an application that opens itself up as a file system, and then you can make functions on a higher level. So you can build a recursive application, basically. Okay. We're also building something we call dormant, do it, sorry. And do it is basically the next step. So you have got the functions available as executables. So what you can do then is that you can make a playlist. So when you make a playlist, you take the functions that you want and you put them in do it, and then you just play them. So this can be used then a bit like Scala. You can put in JPEG files there, you can put in audio files there, you can put in functions with arguments to them, and you can use basically one of these presentation page up, page down button thingies, and you can control the whole room. You can control the speakers through your functions. You can control the lighting. Suddenly you have a way to program everything in this way, in a really simple, easy to understand way. It's not just for programmers. If this would have been RX, you could do this in RX as well. You would have to do programming. But since it isn't programming, it's files, everybody can learn to do this. They can take the application they like, take the function they like, and put it in a playlist like an MP3 player, and then they can just play all the functions in batch. So this is really powerful. And you can save that playlist, and you can send it to somebody, and they can run the playlist. And you can open the playlist, and it's actually friend DOS. It will look a bit like the startup sequence in the Amiga OS. So you can take it that far if you want to, but most people will just drag and drop it into their list. Okay. So in Friend, we also have, like you saw, we have screens support, right? And on the furthest, on the backdrop, which was always just a color in the Amiga OS, we're having, buttons and things like that you can click. The idea, this is really early as well. The idea is to have a mini-map of your entire system. So if you have connected a mobile phone through the cluster, or it will show on the deepest field. We call it the deepest field. And all the screens will be collected for each device that has open screens. All the applications running. We want to make some gesture that you can just flick this up and down and then do some work on the deepest field. So this will be a map. It's a perfect place to have it. You know, just look at Android. They have this, you know, you pull down. It's great. You have like 2 screens in Android. You know, and this is how it works in Friend. That's the control panel. Is basically the deepest field. You see, I have the shell. It works just like Amiga does. You can SSH into the Friend core, and you will have up an Amiga DOS environment. So that means you can SSH into a Windows computer, and you don't have to use MS-DOS. And you will abstract that system using Friend core. And then you can install it on Linux, and again, it gets abstracted. So you're not using Bash, or actually you are using Bash, but you don't see Bash. You see FriendDOS. This is the point where we come to the realization that the core is communicating through the shell. So when you go into the core, you have a shell, and that's what we built a desktop environment on top of. So that means you can connect to the core through various different means, for example, SSH, and you get up our file systems, and you start interacting with the system that way. And through a WebSocket, we connect the web client to the core, so that when you do stuff on the web client, you can see it in the core. So if you're logged in with a terminal, you can see that you're running Artisan on the client. And you can access the functions of Artisan through the SSH terminal. So this is a dualistic system. The system that's running on the server is a little bit autonomous to the client, which also has a level of autonomy. And they're linked at the hip, and they're doing stuff together. And the client actually, since it's JavaScript based, it can run applications from other people's friend instances. So if you have a domain somewhere with friend running, another person who has allowed the origin of that domain can run your applications. And at the same time, you can have a cluster of servers, you can have a cluster of clients. That's why we call this a meta OS. A meta OS is completely reconfigurable in real time, both on the server and on the client. So you can actually upgrade the client applications while it's running, and you can upgrade the servers while it's running. So you don't have to stop anything while you're changing the functionality and the capability of the system. There's nothing to reboot. It's just running. In Friend, you can really create whatever you want. Since it's web-based, it's available everywhere. So if you're at the office and you want to be home, you just open a tab and you type in your address or IP and you're home. And it remembers your state. So when the bus comes, you just close the tab. And then you go to a hotel somewhere, you turn on the smart TV, type in the address, you're home again. And this is also a beta version. So it's also a system that is going to be completely responsive. So if you view it on a different device, it becomes, if the screen's desktop a little bit. So I'm for the guy listen to me. In the demo scene, is that how much can you make out of shader toy in 25 minutes, for example. And everybody's in the back, yelling Amiga, because they want to see Amiga-related stuff. So with this, you can actually build something like an Amiga demo as if it was shader toy, So I made a stupid thing in about 10 hours in 3JS. So I think this is something that could be interesting to the demo scene to show capabilities. That you could just, submit your thing you can sit with your friend and you can work, and then you can have the demo scene show organizers just having access to the file system and then running your presentation for everybody. So everybody's sitting together working in the same environment. It's a perfect presentation tool. So basically what you can do with this thing is build web applications as if they were desktop applications, view them on the mobile phone, then they become mobile applications, view them on the TV, then they become smart TV applications. Write the processing logic in C on the server, and you have native speed. Have the server on the same machine as the client, and you have a native environment. Run this with the Node.js version of WebKit as an X session where you open new windows instead of divs, and then friend becomes a real desktop environment intermixing with native applications. This is a thing that can pop up everywhere. It can run on anything, and it will give you the bliss of Amiga style working, programming, and flexibility, and everything else. You can skin this as a Windows environment. You can skin it this is to operating systems what WordPress is to content management. You can even use FriendCore as a web server that has an Amiga OS like cPanel where you can control everything with windows and with buttons and with menus. Also, you can just give a guest account, or you can have an open account, and people can view your domain directly on desktop. You can actually publish your desktop with apps, skin it in CSS, and make a kick-ass website that works special indeed. And it's responsive from the start. The biggest problem we have with our system is that we can't say it's one thing, because it's many different things to different people. It can be a web application transformer that creates WIMP apps out of web applications. It can be an integration tool to create all applications and resources into file systems so that they speak the same language. So you can do an integration once, and all the integrated systems will integrate with all the other systems. It can become a great education tool where people have a sandboxed environment to learn coding, and they can't damage anything, and they can go really far in what they can test out. It can be a place to play a lot of web games. It can be a place where you run Windows applications through shared applications through RDP. Because our file systems will be available in WebDAV, and we're also working on Samba, but that takes a bit longer. And then you can open up files from FriendCore directly in Windows. That means that if you share that application through RDP, you can integrate it into your desktop environment and open up the file systems that's on the desktop in Microsoft Word. So you can open up that website in Microsoft Word, write your changes, click Control S, and it's published on the web. And that also means that once you start doing that, you can do it both ways. So you can start integrating Windows you know, as a resource for the friend desktop. Yeah, I'm gonna come a bit closer. Shall I sit down or yeah, I can stand. How the integration with native applications would work for Photoshop. Yeah, yeah. So basically, somebody said to us, "Man, you're gonna have a lot of integrations on your hand, and you know, who's gonna make all the integrations?" That's of course going to be work. It's going to be a great market. Every application has an API. And immediately when you have an API, you can create the integration once. So you have to program the integration. But FriendCore is a program that uses libraries and modules to achieve what it does. So that means it has, FriendCore is an application that through runtime linking has various libraries that do different things depending on the requests you get. So if you get a request for a Photoshop file system, the FriendCore will look at its libraries and see if it has the Photoshop module, and the Photoshop module will integrate through the APIs with Photoshop. So we built a system that makes it extremely easy to build these integrations. You can do them prototyped in scripting. I mean, we could never have done all this you know, we built a prototype in about 6 months, which was completely insecure, just so that investors and other people could understand what we were trying to do. And then we wrote this beta version over the course of about 8 months or something like that to where we are today. And we had to script a lot of the things. So we built a system so that you could, in the C program, you could have a C implementation, and where you have blanks, it could fall back to scripting through pipes. So that means you can really fast prototype your integration, and then as you get more time, rewrite it bit by bit in C so that it gets really fast and high performance. But that means you can get really fast to your results. That means you can go really fast to your clients to show them what you can do for them. And once you write it in C, it of course becomes optimal. Any other questions?
What does your language, your programming language look like?
Our programming language, how it looks like? You mean like the do-it stuff? It basically looks like your startup sequence. It is a sequence of DOS commands with arguments and some ifs and else in there. So it's kind of simple, a bit simple like the Amiga DOS was simple. So you run commands and you do stuff with the output. You can check for true or false, but you don't need anything more than that to really do some interesting stuff, because that's done in the commands, which might be scripts, might be anything, giving you an output. So it's really simple to get into, and it has to be, because you're going to get amateurs writing software again. You know, this is what we want to do. We want to make the average person into to participate on the platform. And this is the problem with the demo scene today. The biggest problem with the demo scene today is there comes this young developer, he makes some demo, and it doesn't look like this elite demo. And they're just saying, I did this when I was 12, and this guy, he just quits the demo scene. And so this actually gives a lower entry level, can almost did for Amiga, for example. It gives you that low entry level to get in, actually even lower because you can start the programming, this is how we build the staircase. The first staircase is basically just dragging and dropping icons to copy stuff and double-clicking to run applications. The second thing is that you're starting to use the functions in applications through double-clicking. And then the third level is to take those functions and pull them into DoIt and run those lists so that you don't have to double-click that window and double-click that window. You just put them in the list and it runs both. And then after that, you might open that saved list, which is then like the startup sequence, and start editing it that way. And this is something that every Amiga OS user did at one time. They went into the user startup and commented stuff out or put in Magic Workbench or whatever. And then after that, you can start using the dormant through JavaScript and open up those files and execute them in your JavaScript. So you go more advanced. And then you might go on finally to C or other things on the server and connect. So we have all steps from just touching to fully interacting with the system. Okay. Anybody who's not familiar with assign? Assign is okay, nobody's unfamiliar. That's great. Yeah, we're working right now on the assign command. This is, we're talking about this advisory board that we want to have with everybody who's into knowing how an Amiga system looks like, because we believe that every system that tries to become like the NICs or the different Unixes are to Unix, we want to have some kind of template for what is an Amiga type OS. And assign is one of those points. Has to be. And it also allows you to do some fun things with, you can get all your favorite things together and add them together in one virtual place. So it's perfect for organizing your files. So this, yes, that's also on the list. Everything that's special about Friend is special because of the file, how it treats files and disks. So yeah. Any more questions? Yeah, the statefulness. The thing is that the friend course, and we have a lot of clients that are interested in our project that have no idea what Amiga is. So when if we start talking about the science and forget it. But what's really big these days is, amongst other things, this Internet of Things stuff, and they're interested in integrating systems and making devices available on the network and all that kind of stuff. So basically what we're doing with the Friend course is that we need to be able to replicate, to have redundancy. So what we're doing on the Friend core, and which is really interesting to our clients, is that what's happening on one core can be, while it's happening, copied to another core. So if this core goes down, the load balancer will start using the other backup node, which has the same state. Because you cannot only save the desktop state, like the session, like you do, for example, in the K desktop. You also need to save the kernel state, so to speak. And so we're, like I said, a dualistic system. We're doing the same thing on the server as we're doing on the client, and they're working together. So you will have not only the same state on the client, but also on the server. More questions? If any of you guys want to see more at our booth, then or play with it, then we can do that. Do more experimental stuff that would blow up here. So if nobody has any more questions, then come to our booth instead. talking
Yep.
after, so say something.
Okay, I am saying something.
Okay, I'll go fix it.
And my throat is sore, of course. But
And you have the stationery.
where do I stick that? Doesn't matter. Belt.
Yeah. You have the tool. Okay.
I have the tool in my pocket. I'm good to go.
So we're going to start Stephen Solly's presentation. Thank you for coming.
I'm on, just like that. Oh, you're gonna get the levels. You're gonna. Don't walk in front of the speakers. Rule number 1, right? So, blue box, right? Woohoo! So, Bill. Oh, she's chatting with somebody. Okay, should I? Oh, there we go. Okay, is that pretty good? Yeah. Okay. Are you ready, Bill? You got the queued video? Hold on. It sounds pretty good. Oh, there it goes again. Okay, a little tinny, but it's okay. All right. Is that good now? Should I go? I can go? All right. Okay. Welcome. Okay, I'm the Amiga OS development team lead, and Amiga OS is still going strong. The current owner of Amiga OS is Hyperion Entertainment. Ooh, shadows. Thank you, Ken. One of our beta testers. Okay. So that's our new banner for Hyperion. Nice web banner, says Hyperion, home of Amiga OS. Now, a little bit of history on Hyperion Entertainment, because it might be curious why an entertainment company owns an operating system. Founded February 25th. They actually were making Mac, Linux, and Amiga games for a long time. Then suddenly, 2001, an opportunity popped up where they wanted Amiga OS ported to the PowerPC platform. And I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but they won the contract. And here we are today. They're still going strong. Now, Amiga, this is the original Amiga OS source code, so that's why I used the old logo there. The source code has been curated by a fellow named Olaf Bartel for many, many years. The story goes he got the source code from German tapes when Commodore went bankrupt, and he's been looking after it since. And it was massaged and compiled and all sorts of good stuff. And then when Hyperion won the PowerPC contract, they either approached Olaf or Olaf approached them, not sure how, and Amiga OS started to kick up again in development. So what I've done is, or not me, what we've done, Hyperion, is created a little source code video which shows the differences. Maybe I should back up a little bit. Everybody familiar with a source code repository, where you store the source code and you store the differences between each revision and you put comments in? Well, Amiga, they're a pretty clever bunch, right? So they used a source code repository, I believe it was RCS, right? And they stored the code in RCS like you should, and they put in the comments when they checked in code, and all these differences have been carried on through the years by good people like Olaf, who will not only transfer the Amiga source code from repository to repository, but also the history. So they have, as far as I know, they have all the history since 1985, and code repositories tend to be like accounting systems. You don't ever delete anything. The best you can do is correct what you've done wrong. So everything should be there. It might be an interesting data mining exercise someday to go back and see what the programmers were doing and thinking back then. Might be very interesting indeed. So what I wanted to do is show you this Gorse video, which is a Google tool which we ran on the repository, which visualizes all those deltas from 1985 till today. And it will show you file names, directory names in a tree, and it'll show programmer names as login IDs flying around the source code and shooting commits into it. So that's what it's supposed to look like. It's a little low resolution, but it's still pretty good. We might do another high def one for the website, but this is the one we have now. And hopefully Bill can fire it up for me. And we don't need the audio on there. So there go the titles. All the companies that have owned the source code. So Hyperion 2001. 30 years. It's non-linear, so it starts out really fast and then slows down as it gets near the end. Now it's a little chaotic, but if you can read the names, you could see there it said printer there, kernel, workbench, kickstart. You see little words floating around. It's hard to pick out the programmer names because they're really going fast. Oh, there goes release 2. Yeah, at the top you'll see the month and year going by. May, June, July, August. Release 204. You might be able to pick out the programmer names. They come and go. There goes one. See, they're flying around the outside. Those two clusters, you can see Kickstart and Workbench. And we've actually kept that division to this day. I think whoever it was that decided to split the source code that way. 2003. It's getting a little crazy. Oh, there's release 4. So that's when it got converted to PowerPC. Got a little wild then. Lots of programmers going. Now, I'm hoping, like I said, to put this on the website so you can slow it down, speed it up. There you can see some names floating around. Oh, there's Heinz Robo. I saw him go by. Stephen Rupert. 2009, we're almost there. Who's that? Peter Gordon. He's one of our newer coders. Heinz de Ruyter. Good graphics guy, you want him. Tony Wyatt, I saw his name fly by. It gets a little wild. 2012 might be contract negotiations. Maybe. A couple new branches there for some reason. It's actually a nice little visualization tool which you can run on any source code base to get a feel for how the changes are happening in not necessarily architecture, but directory structure at least, where the activity is the highest. The colors don't show that well on here, I noticed, but they actually mean something. The colors mean something. The differences, the distances between points mean something. So it's not just random. It's actually got some meaning. And if you look up Gorse on Google, you can see what it all means. This is the latest version. It's a little bit wobbly, I noticed. The previous version we used was a little more stable. But anyway, the whole purpose of that was to show you we have all the history since 1985, which is quite amazing, considering that's 30 years worth of code differences. And all because of one or two fellows who thought to keep it. It's similar to Dale Luck keeping all that Amiga gear and prototypes and stuff at his house, right? So it's fascinating, fascinating. Yes. So what is going on today? So this is the current logo that I know of, anyway. You got the Amiga with the little eye slanted, and Boing Ball's attached to it now. Used to be a check mark way back in the day, color check mark. Just recently, Amiga 4.1 Final Edition was actually released to the public. I believe the price was like 30 euros, $30, something like that. And it was snapped up pretty quickly. And it was sold just recently. We are now working on an SDK because the SDK should be released. You have a release, you should have an SDK to match. That's being worked on right now. And then we're also planning a software update to fix bugs and what have you. The current Amiga OS has a live update feature added to it. So if you go to Workbench Software Update, you can update your components like any other operating system these days, right? You have to have online updates. And AMI Update is the tool that takes care of that. And we're also planning another major release, so 4.2. Don't have a timeline on it, but it's being worked on, and I'm actually in the planning sessions for that coming early August to figure out what features are in, what features are out. Now, I think it was 2 years ago, another Hyperion representative announced 4.2, but things got derailed and bad things happen, good things happen. Anyway, we're getting back on track. So 4.2 should not take too much longer. It's not like we all stopped working on it. It's been worked on all this time, but a major release, you need some major features added along with it. So the major features are being discussed. And hopefully have more details about that mid-August, definitely for the next major Amiga show that's coming up in October. So if you want to know some more information about Amiga OS and what happened to it and where it is now, I invite you to go to our website, amigaos.net. That's got a whole bunch of history on there. And I was hoping some of the original Amiga cast members in the crowd might help us correct anything that's wrong in the history, because it's somewhat fragmented what really happened if you search on the internet. And what I'm trying to do is get the ultimate reference put on amigaos.net. So that is the truth as we know it. And also I have a list of credits on there. There's developer credits and beta tester credits. So if you are an Amiga manager or whatever and you know people are missing, please use the contact form on the website and let us know so we can add the names. Because I want to have the complete list of all the Amiga OS developers on the website from 1985 till now. That's my goal. So I hopefully get everyone on there. And finally, I want to mention to any developers in the audience that if they would like to program for Amiga OS, we're always looking for talent. So the best place to find information about the development side of Amiga OS is the wiki, wiki.amigaos.net. So that's the best place. It's got all the standards on there. You have your IFF standard from, I think that started in 1985 as well, and originally. SANA 2, all sorts of registries, like the actual, what we have on there is the original Zorro hardware ID registry is on the wiki. So And I just processed another request to make more classic Amiga hardware. I think it was a month ago. Another manufacturer popped up and needed an ID. I get requests at least one every 2 months of another classic Amiga developer that wants to make a, I don't know, USB adapter or network card or memory expansion accelerator. And they have this vision of doing it and they need an ID, because if you don't have a unique ID, you get trouble when you try mixing cards, right? We all know that from our classic days. And the registry's on there. And the IFF form registry is on there as well, for those still using IFF file format. User manuals are up there. So you remember Workbench 3.1 user manuals? They're all published on the wiki. The ROM kernel reference manuals, those wonderful thick books, all on the wiki. Updated for 4.1, 4.0. Still needs a lot of work. If anyone wants to help us edit them, please use the contact form. Always use more help. Tutorials are on there. And I want to mention that EmiWest is coming up in Sacramento, October 17, 18, I believe, Saturday, Sunday. And we're doing a DevCon, like the good old days, classic DevCon style, 2 days before that. So that's the Thursday, Friday. So if you're curious, want to get involved, want to code with a bunch of Amiga developers, and have a lot of fun, please join us in Sacramento. It'll be a great time. And if you want to know more about Sacramento, go to amiwest.net. I forgot to put that on the slide, but it's amiwest.net. That's a good thing. And that was the end of my boring presentation, the boring part. Then I had a few tidbits from the source code I wanted to show off. So this is actual code from the Amiga OS source code we have today on our repository. I want to see how many people I could pick out. So it's just a comment, but I found good old Carl Sassenrath on there. So he wrote CD file system, which is still running in 4.1 today. It's modified a lot, but you can see there's his banner he put on the source code. And then I found another bit from a guy named REG, which I think is Randall Jessup. Yes, I got that right. Interesting comment. Said, we can't handle 64K Durblock cache blocks. He said, that would be a truly impressive amount of RAM, which of course, we have a lot of RAM today. This is no longer an issue. So thank goodness he wrote the code in the CD file system to handle any amount of RAM, because we've moved on. We've got, what, 8 gigabyte systems, 16 gigabyte systems? So you know how Bill Gates always gets quoted for that 64K will be enough? There's I got a little blurb from a guy named Bart. I'm not sure who Bart was. Bart Michaels? Whitebook. Ah, that's who that is. Okay. He had a humorous comment and fled. Need to get some stack space. Buy in bulk and save. He was allocating a big chunk of stack space at a time. He was doing it in chunks. So he put that humorous comment in there. I thought it was cute when I stumbled on it. And I found another one. It's a naughty thing. You're not supposed to do this. You're supposed to call the find task function. But he cheated, whoever was the original author. And he put cheat. And then I believe that's Bryce Nesbitt said, it's okay. Because Bryce, I believe, did Enforcer, or at least worked on it, and they were going to move to memory protection. And it needed code style that did not directly access members in a structure. So he was supposed to use the function call, but he cheated. So I found that little blurb in there. And I found an interesting one from Jim, some fellow named Jim. Jim M? Oh, Jim Macaris? Ah, there we go, yeah. It was a strange one. Can't skip this operation. And he says, ha, fixed. And then, Jesus, no protection, okay. So they were going back and forth in the source code, having all sorts of fun with race conditions or something back in those days. This is Intuition Library, workbench.c. That's Jim talking to himself. Oh, that's even stranger. I don't know, is Jim, he's not here, I see. Oh, there we go. Then I had another one from Peter. I think this is the Peter in the audience. There we go. Screens.c. And this is my last one. I wanted just to show it off because it's talking about a flag that you're messing with. And I guess they goofed the API potentially or made it too flexible. He said, remember that years from now. Well, it's 30 years. Oh no, not 30, just 1990. But we still remember. And it's still a problem. But that's all I had. Thank you very much. Are we good on time, Bill? Where is Bill? Oh, I can take a question then. Okay. That fellow was first. Please tell me I'm not still using RCS. No. Actually, I still use RCS sometimes for my personal use. But no, the 4.1 source code is in Subversion at the moment. Yeah, some version of Subversion, which is a nice system. I prefer it over Git, but anyway. We won't get into that argument. Another one?
This may or may not be the correct forum to ask this question, but from Kickstart 3 to Kickstart 4, what happened to exec library that caused it to become so damn complicated?
From 3.1 to 3.4?
No, 3.1 to 4.
3.1 to 4.0, what happened to make the exec library so complicated?
Yes.
What's...
So like libraries have this whole interface mechanism.
Oh, the interfaces. Yes. Yes, there was a new feature was added called interfaces. So the developers in the audience probably remember Amiga libraries. Well, they're still there. But somebody decided to add interfaces to libraries. So libraries have multiple function jump tables now. So not just one jump table. And I don't know the precise truth on that one, but it was explained to me by one of the developers that one of the incarnations of Amiga Inc. decided to try and make a distributed operating system out of Amiga OS, like a COM-like operating system, and they wanted to have the capability to put multiple interfaces on the objects, and a library was an object. That's the way it was explained to me. Now, whether that was a good idea or a bad idea, well, you can debate that. It's an extra level of indirection, and
I can't confirm this, but I was an independent contractor for Amiga Inc. around the turn of the century or so. I worked on a project called Andromeda, which was an implementation of COM for Amiga DE.
Amiga DE, yes, I think that's where the idea came from.
And then magically all of a sudden it appeared in Amiga OS 4, and I was like, that's just not intended for use for libraries.
Oh, so it's your fault? Oh, you said don't do this. Okay. Oh, so no one listened. This sounds familiar. Programmer says don't do that. Management said go ahead. I wasn't there, but it sounds suspicious now. One of the contractors for Amiga Inc. in one of the incarnations. The Fleecy, yes, I think that's the name I heard. Was pushing for these interfaces. Bill McEwen? Yep. Yeah, he's still in charge of Amiga Inc. in its current incarnation, last I heard. Yep. Another question?
Can you give us any hint of what might be in 4.2?
Can you give a hint about what's in 4.2? That's always deadly. Because I say anything and everyone says, you didn't deliver, right? But original idea, before our next meeting when we figure out what features are in or out, was multi-core support and hardware 3D support, because it's pretty bleak now. You can't do shaders in the current incarnation, and everything likes shaders now. So we're trying to fix that. That was the last I heard. Now we'll see what happens after the feature discussion coming up. What stays, what goes. We definitely need multi-core though, because it's you can't go without it these days. Yeah, I'll be pushing for that. Who had another question? No? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Test. Bill, thank you for the introduction. It was very nice. I'm Perry Kowalowicz. Is your mic on?
I believe so. Test. Can you hear me? No. Oh, try it again. Can you hear me now? Okay, my name is Eric Levitsky.
And we're going to tell you a few stories about from a different slant, and that we wanted to talk a little bit about from the non-Commodore developer perspective. Because I was with ASDG. I don't know if anybody remember the name. And thank you. Thank you. Come on.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, I desperately want to. I have a 3000 that hasn't been turned on in 25 years or something. I don't know how long it's been. But maybe it has the source code on it. We could work that out. But I just introduced myself. Let's get to Eric.
Okay, so my name is Eric Levitsky, and I was one of the first Amiga developers on the East Coast. I was lucky enough to attend the launch of the Amiga at Lincoln Center, and got involved with Commodore. I had a history with Commodore because I had written some software for the Commodore 64, and when I went to the launch, the Amiga launch, and afterwards there were demo stations in the Beaumont Theater. I walked up to a guy logging in to copy serve, and I turned around to introduce himself, and he said, "Hi, my name is Jeff Porter, and you are," and he said, "Eric Levitsky? Eric Levitsky?" And so it turns out that everybody at Commodore was using my communication software for the Commodore 64. It was an implementation of the kernel protocol for the Commodore 64. And if you remember way back then, the Commodore 64 kernel was developed at Columbia University, Frank de Cruz. And so I did that implementation along with another gentleman at the Naval Air Development Center in Wilmington, Pennsylvania. So I ended up signing over the rights to Commodore, and they distributed it with the Commodore 64 modem. Well, it turned out that Eric and I lived probably half a mile from each other in Piscataway, New Jersey.
What is that strange voice? Yeah. Okay. So it turned out that Eric and I lived within half a mile of each other, and you know, the idea of another person who knows about this new thing was just too attractive. We got together and we started the Jersey Amiga user group, which is not FOG, only because FOG met like, what, 3 days before? Roughly. Yeah. So FOG out here was the first Amiga user group. We were the second Amiga user group. And man, did we have a lot of fun with that. We used to lug I had a 19-inch television, which weighed 50 pounds at least. And we would lug that into a very large auditorium, and that was the entire display. People way back there would come in with binoculars practically to see the screen. One of the big parts of each meeting was the distribution of the fish disks. Now, at that time, it was called the Fred Fish Freely Redistributable Software Collection. And that was too much of a mouthful. So I kept talking about fish disks, and one day it just came out, fish dicks. And it was that's not the term that stuck, but fish disks did. So.
So yeah, Perry and I had met because I actually have a copy of the original posting. On August 5th, 1985, I posted a posting onto the ARPANET asking everybody if they were interested in starting an Amiga discussion group. So that launched Info Amiga, which was the first public electronic discussion group about the Amiga, and it eventually formed into net.micro.amiga or comp.sys.amiga, one of those. And Perry must have seen the posting and responded off of a Usenet feed, and we got together over at Rutgers University. We started meeting, and we were news spread like wildfire, I guess, even back then, you know, when connectivity was very, very limited. And one of the first big public meetings that we had was in December of that year when you know, we had been meeting with a small group at the Rutgers Microcomputer Lab to start with. But when we first started meeting in the big auditorium at Hill Center at Rutgers, it was in December, in the middle of a snowstorm, a blizzard, and over 300 people came to the meeting. So there was clearly a little bit of interest in what we had to show. And Jeff Porter and Dave Berezowski from Commodore Westchester actually drove up through the blizzard, and they brought with them a working Amiga 1300 Genlock, which we actually demoed at that meeting. So that was one of the first, outside of the launch of the Amiga, one of the first public demonstrations of the Amiga 1300 Genlock.
Yeah, Dale, I would love for you to explain, maybe now or maybe after, why you came to a JOG meeting in hip waders.
I remember that story.
Dale attended one of our JOG meetings, and he was there. If you don't know what hip waders are, it's for a fisherman going deep into the water, and it's boots that come up to here. And I don't know, you'll have to explain it.
Actually, Dale came in, he had a big fishing net with him too. So he had just come from Westchester. This was, you know, he had to come from there first. He came from Westchester and he came over to see us and speak at our meeting, and he said, as he walked into the meeting, he said, "I'm wearing these because I just came from Commodore."
So shifting a little bit, talk about ASDG for a few moments. ASDG was started with some very, very momentous words. And those were, after looking at Macintosh applications, saying, I could do at least as well as that asshole. So that was the genesis of ASDG. I was going to go into business. I was going to go into business on the Macintosh, and with this crappy little black and white and the beep beep noises. And then I heard about this machine with this wonderful color, wonderful audio, and preemptive multitasking, and being an operating systems geek, it was like, sold. I'm going on the Amiga. With all these things, what could possibly go wrong? It's surely the hit. And ASDG was actually founded with the idea of doing data acquisition and laboratory instrumentation. So if we could just store that away
for a moment. We couldn't go into business doing that. That's what I wanted to do. So we did bread and butter product like memory boards. And I heard that another manufacturer of memory boards was going to do a recoverable RAM disk. And it was a rumor, and I knew I had to have one. So that was a 48-hour straight stretch of sitting at the Amiga, working on it, working from the track disk driver manual in BCPL, I think. I was trying to reverse that into a real language. And that's what came out. Now it turned out there was no other, it was just a rumor. Nobody ever did it. And so that was fortunate for us. And then trying to come up with, so we finally had some income. By the way, that recoverable RAM disk was released as shareware, and it was $10. And for the first 3 years of ASDG, I didn't collect a dime. I had no salary. My first salary was $6 an hour, and I was prouder than anything. So those $10 donations, anybody here send in one of those $10 donations? Yeah?
We have a winner.
You guys fed me. That's what I lived on. I lived on those $10 donations, so thank you. Thank you. So how am I doing on time? I don't want to take up too much time. So how did we get from hardware into color graphics? And it turns out that after a while, we had some income, and we finally got a chance to do a board that would do laboratory and instrument data acquisition. It's called a TwinX board, and it implemented some Intel or I don't remember, Intel standard for plug-in modules. And one of the plug-in modules was GPIB, General Purpose Instrument Bus, and that was for the laboratory instrument. And I was so proud of it, I went to Comdex Atlanta to show it to Commodore and say, hey, here's this cool market, I can get you into it. That was my intention, of course, didn't happen. And then I was there for the second day, because nobody can talk to you on the first day of a show. So I was there on the second day, and it was raining. And I get out to the street, and I'm waiting for the show bus. The show bus is not coming, it's raining. There's a cab over there. Should I take a cab? No, I can't afford a cab. Should I wait for the show? No, it's still raining. I'm gonna take okay, finally I decide I'm gonna take a cab. So I get in the cab, and I'm closing the door, and a hand in a really nice suit, a hand with a nice suit comes in, blocks the door, and a head comes in and says, hey, you going to the show, can I share the cab with you? And I say, sure, and I'm thinking to myself, here I am, I'm 24, 25, and I'm the president of my own company, and these people are all swarming around like little ants in suits, and they'll never know the joy of being their own. And I was feeling magnanimous, so I decided I would start a conversation. And I said to the guy, so how's the show been for you? And he goes, oh man, it was really rough yesterday. I had 18 press interviews. And I said, who are you? And it was the manager of a brand new division of Sharp Electronics who was introducing the first scanner, color scanner, you could put on a desktop. And I said, oh wow, that's really cool. How does it talk to the computer? And he said, well, it's odd, it's GPIB. And I said, oh, I have a GPIB board right here. It's for the Amiga, Commodore Amiga. Have you considered that? And he goes, wow, Commodore. Jack Tramiel fired me through a bathroom door once. Yeah. Sure, come on by the booth and let's talk. And it turned out that they only had 2 of them in the country. They lent us one for a month. And they said, well, okay, and after a month, we'll send some people there. And if we, we'll see what you do with it. So a month later, they come by, and we wrote the GPIB driver, and then the first version of ScanLab, which was TAD before we discovered that ScanLab was a trademark. And they came and looked at it and said, you know what, you guys keep the scanner. And that's how we got into the color imaging business.
So, as Perry mentioned, we met and we started working together, late night hacking sessions. So I had come from Rutgers University. And actually when the Amiga was launched, I was still a student, but I was also working already. I was working at a venture of the New York Times called New York Videotext. Anybody remember what videotext was? Right? Naplips, you know what Naplips was? Randall remembers. Very good. So we actually had, it was like AOL 20 years too early. You know, we had all the New York Times movie reviews and databases, restaurant guides, real-time news. We ended up doing a deal with Chemical Bank, and we had home banking, all on a navigable home graphics terminal. And this was in 1985. So, you know, when I heard about the Amiga in 1984, we heard the rumors from, I guess it was Comdex. I had been hacking Macintoshes at Rutgers and laser printer drivers and that sort of thing. And I thought, you know, color and multitasking, this is way better than a Mac. This is what I'm really interested in. And, you know, when I was able to finally thank, at the time, Karen Day-Havis was the manager of Amiga Developer Relations. Yep. She's now Karen Michael. You might have heard that name. And she was a wonderful person who just, you know, was just helpful, you know, in a way that, especially as a young kid, I was only 20 years old, you know, I couldn't thank her enough. And I ended up, after the Amiga launch, well, I actually had a machine that, you know, I was waiting for a developer machine, and actually had a machine that was supposed to go to SAS Lattice, was diverted to me instead, and I went to Commodore directly to pick it up. And, you know, I felt it wasn't enough for me to know about this machine. Other people had to know about this machine. Right. So aside from the ARPANET and Usenet, which were the only really two big, you know, sort of international means of connecting and talking, there were a couple of up-and-coming home information services. And one of them was actually one that was based out in Sausalito, I believe, which was called The Well, which stood for the Whole Earth Electronic Link. Mm-hmm. And so we became active on The Well, Perry and I on the East Coast. And then there was also BIX, which was the Byte Information Exchange. Some of you may remember. And, you know, since we were talking and discussing, we got to know other people who had interests in the Amiga and were working with the Amiga. And we sort of became known as the East Coast gurus, so to speak, of Amiga knowledge. There weren't really other people on the East Coast who were as active as we were. So one day, you know, I'm hanging out at my apartment, and there's a knock on the door, and I look downstairs, and it's Perry. He comes to my apartment, because I had moved a little bit further away at this point. And trundling up the stairs, there's a VW minibus, pulls out up front, and trundling up the stairs is none other than John Draper, Captain Crunch. Yeah. And he has a Mac Plus strapped onto his back with his dreadlock. He had dreadlocks at the time, dreadlock hair. And the first words out of his mouth when he came into my apartment were, "Where's the phone?" So John had connected up with Perry through The Well, and he learned about us, and so he came out. When he came out, he wanted to visit with us to learn more about, you know, the Amiga and what we did and what have you.
Forgive me, I hope John forgives me, but I'll do a John impersonation. It was knock, knock, knock. Hey, I'm John Draper. I like the Amiga. You like the Amiga. Can I stay here? So, okay. And he was a very interesting guy, and he stayed over, and he had a very, very special pillow. He had a bad back, very, very special pillow. When he had left, he called up frantically saying, I gotta have my pillow, man. It's my special pillow. I gotta have my pillow. I can't steal it on my back. And I actually drove his pillow from New Jersey into Greenwich Village because he needed it. And oh, by the way, that VW microbus, when I took a look at this guy standing at my door, I imagined, and later he said there's some friends were going to come to him, and he said, I imagined then it was going to be a VW microbus with tassels in the windows and pot smoke billowing out the windows. And up rolls a VW microbus with tassels in the windows and pot smoking, billowing out the windows.
So cliche.
Yeah. So those late night hacking sessions, and I remember a night. It was very early, actually in wee hours of the morning. Eric and I working together, and I turned to Eric and I said, "I bet we're the first people outside Commodore on the East Coast to have a string gadget working." String gadget was hard, but it was that kind of thing. Is that spirit of novelty, spirit of adventure, spirit of exploration. And you know, we all had it. We all had it. What a remarkable! You've heard this from many speakers. What a remarkable time.
Yeah, so that sort of activity, ended up really flourishing when the shows started happening. And AMI Expo, I believe the first one was in 1987, and we were both asked to speak at AMI Expo. Perry gave I think like a programming seminar on C, and I moderated a panel discussion. And on my panel was John Tobis from Lattice, and Jim Goodnow from Manx, and Charlie Heath from Microsmiths. And we had a programming the Amiga panel discussion. And after that session, I met a bunch of people. The show organizers thought, hey, that was really good. We'd like to do more training seminars about the Amiga, so can you develop something? So I said, sure. I was really into it. I posted the first public Amiga code onto the ARPANET, and it actually made it onto fish disk #1 because it was the first ever public code. It was just, hello world, opening up a window, but it was the first. So, that was my passion. I really wanted to share what I knew about the Amiga with other people. So I started to develop this training course, and it became the Introduction to Programming the Amiga course, which eventually Commodore said, hey, that's pretty neat, Eric. You want to teach that at our developers conferences? So that led to me teaching the Intro to Amiga Programming course at the developers conferences. And Commodore actually contracted me to teach that seminar to certain companies that they were interested in courting to be developers. One of those was Lotus. So somewhere around 1988 or whenever it was, I don't remember the exact time, I went up to Cambridge, stayed at the Royal Sonesta, and I did like 2 or 3 days of seminars for Lotus because Commodore was interested in having them. I think you said, Peter, was Jazz. Lotus Jazz that they wanted to have ported to the Amiga. It never happened, but hey, that was the start of a great, relationship for me with Commodore. I had this sort of, unique developer relationship because it only took an hour and a half from where we lived at the time for me to get to Westchester. And, I got involved at that level, so started to go, and I sort of was enigmatic. People didn't know who I worked for or what I did. And I think to this day, I still get these questions. I still get these questions. Eric, did you work for Amiga or for Commodore? Did you work for ASTG? They could never quite get it. So, the answer is I never worked for any of them. I was my own person, and I was just really interested in sharing the Amiga and being part of this bigger community, and that passion, was something that carried through with me to this day.
The developer community was extraordinary. You reminded me of Jim Goodnow. He had an assembler, right? Yeah. And Manx C. And we all knew each other. We were able to reach each other on phone, et cetera, et cetera. And I ran into a bug it turned out, I spent days looking for a bug. It turned out to be a compiler bug. I rang up Jim Goodnow, and I just screamed at him. I'm so sorry, Jim. I just screamed and screamed and screamed, and he said, did you get the latest one? That was fixed about a month ago. And I said, that's days of my life I'll never get back. And another thing is, you remember the Amiga had no isolation between tasks. So if one application failed, the entire system would come down. So this actually had a social effect on how developers developed. We all ran other people's code. If I'm developing, doing something, and I might be working on a document also, so if Gold Disk, what was their program?
PageMaker.
PageMaker. If PageMaker crashed, I was screwed. So we all ran things like Enforcer, and if there was a problem which manifested itself, we'd get in touch with the other developers because we had an investment in their code working. Because an error anywhere would bring us all down. And I'll tell you, and the Amiga OS, over time, with the applications, Amigas were able to run without reboot for 6, 7, 8 months, just cranking out work 24 hours a day. I teach an operating systems course, college course, and I continually come back to Amiga OS as an example of when things get done right. So I don't want to hear how you did it wrong. I just want to keep thinking about how you did it right. And you guys did. Who's ever in the audience, you guys did it so right, so right.
So one thing that was always impressive about the core team at Commodore and previously obviously at Amiga was that the development, the engineering staff at Commodore was very passionate about what they did, and they wanted everything to be the best and to be correct. And I was very fortunate for my relationship with them that I got to work very closely with many of them. And I had been working, after I left the New York Times, I worked at Bell Labs in Murray Hill for a number of years. I ran all the systems for the advanced software department. People like David Korn and Steve Bellevin were in my group, if you know any of those names. But I had a very good friend who was a member of our user group, and this was, again, sort of one of these circuitous connections. And he was a physicist and mathematician, and he was doing underwater acoustic research at Bell Labs in Whippany. And why do you need to do underwater acoustic research? We need to find things like what? Like submarines, maybe.
Yeah.
So, so this was the sort of work that he was doing. And he was a very interesting guy, and he was an astronomer also. And he had figured out, the mathematical reason why stars appear to twinkle. And he wanted to do the simulations on his Amiga, because he loved the Amiga, but he didn't have enough mathematical horsepower to do it at the time. So he was working on a design for putting a hardware DSP into the Amiga, and he needed some help. So I went to my friends at Commodore Engineering and I said, hey, this is a cool little project, could you help us? And they said, sure, we'll help you do the layout and we'll help you get a board level, first boards out. Great. So we got that done, and things started to develop and become more interesting. And I have connections at Bell Labs. We've discovered that AT&T had this great DSP technology back in the early 90s. And they could do all of this real-time speech synthesis, and they could do even Mandarin Chinese. They could do speech recognition, video decoding, V.32 modem on a chip. And it was all multitasking and multitasking friendly. So I actually then ended up, becoming a contractor for Commodore, because we were going to integrate this DSP into the next generation Amiga. And at Commodore, Randall Jessup was the software lead who worked with me, and Dave Haney. I don't know if Dave is in the room, but Dave was the engineer and the hardware guy. And we put the whole thing together, and in '93 at the Orlando DevCon, we actually demoed it. Anybody who here was at DevCon '93? A few hands. So we showed, real like CD quality, MPEG audio playback. We showed video still image decoding that was way faster, because the DSP could do about 33 megaflops of single precision floating point back then, and it was way faster than even a 68040 could do at the time. So that product, was a great concept, great product, but unfortunately, with the way that engineering management, the company management had gone to Commodore, it never saw the light of day. But a little known fact that people don't know is that product actually did get released. And there was a small company, actually a good-sized company, in the Seattle area that a number of Commodore people had gone to, called ATL Ultrasound, and they made ultrasound imaging equipment. And they designed this machine around an A4000 core with a 68060. They did their own beamformer in gallium arsenide, so when you're getting the echoes back from the ultrasound, you do a technique called beamforming to get all the information back. And then they were using, what do you know, these same AT&T DSPs to do the signal processing, and they could do Doppler and they could track blood flow. Very, very cool stuff. The whole thing, so I helped them do the software, the software architecture for that, and consulted on the product, and it got released. It had to go through FDA approval. So all of our test vectors and stuff had to be documented for the FDA. And it actually shipped. It was the ATL HDI 1000. The first all-digital ultrasound machine was based around an Amiga. And not too many people know that fact. And I still have one in my garage, if you'd ever like to come by and look at one.
I don't know how we're doing on time, but let me tell you another couple of stories. ASDG tech support. We had a call that went like this. Can you tell me, can you give me some help on product XXXXXX? And we said, well, we don't make that. And the user said, yeah, I know you don't make it, but those guys don't answer their phones. And another one is Dick Van Dyke was a tremendous advocate of digital video, and still is. And I can't describe to you the time that he called up for tech support on AdPro, and we got him to sing Chim Chimney.
Yes, his jacket is out there. Dick Van Dyke's
Does he know it's here? I mean, maybe you should come get it. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe we should turn over to questions.
I have one more story
Okay.
I want to share. So how many people here were at Washington DevCon? Right? Washington Dev, I think it was 88 or 88. So this is just to show that the camaraderie in the developer community and how even though we were this really diverse group of people, we all shared some common things, even beyond the Amiga. So back then, one of the popular television shows was, especially for us geeks, was Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh, yeah.
And we had something called the VCR, but if you didn't watch a show generally when it was broadcast, you missed it. So it turns out that there was some function going on during DevCon, and we couldn't watch Star Trek: The Next Generation live. So a friend of mine, a developer, Randy Spencer, who unfortunately isn't here, I haven't been in touch with him, but it turns out that he had family in Arlington, Virginia, not far away. So during the day, we trucked out in a car and we went to his folks' house there, and we picked up a VCR and we brought it back to DevCon. And it was, I think, at the Hotel Lafayette in Washington. And we went ahead and set it up to record. So then at midnight, like 50 or 60 or whatever of us developers, we all poured into this room, and they had one of these early projection TVs, and started showing the program. And it was, Denise Crosby was still on the show. Her character was Lieutenant Tasha Yar, for any of you who remember the show. And okay, so during the show, we discover, things progress, and there's this like oil slick creature on the show, and it's the episode where Tasha Yar gets killed. Oh my goodness, right? So the moment that she gets killed, everybody simultaneously in the room jumps up cheering. Because I guess we all thought the same, right? I mean, and it was like an unwritten kind of thing, but we all were on the same wavelength this way. So the developer community was a wonderful community that way. We could go out at developers conferences and we could talk on these electronic services, and there was a lot of camaraderie. And these past 2 days, I really need to thank, Perry for asking me to be up here with him, and to Bill and all the volunteers and Dale, who helped, I know, in a big way organize this event. But the past 2 days have been this incredibly compressed experience of catching up with a lot of people who you haven't seen in a long time, and picking up like almost exactly where you left off. So it's been
I saw you yesterday.
an incredible experience for us. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Morph Plus. Yes? Yes. Yes, Morph Plus became elastic reality. The technology behind elastic reality I got an Academy Award for. And it was developed, interestingly, the math was developed on a black and white Mac. Then it was ported to the math was ported to the Amiga. The UI was created on the Amiga. And was released as Morph Plus. But if Morph Plus was vector-based, and I was looking at it and saying, why don't we just connect all the vertices of the vectors with splines, and that became elastic reality. And that at first appeared on Silicon Graphics. And ultimately, Avid at the point that Commodore went out of business, shortly thereafter that, well, on that day, our business dropped in half. We lost half of our income that day. And you know, a lot of people are angry. You know, why did you abandon the Amiga? Well, we didn't exactly abandon the Amiga, but let me ask you, if half of your income disappeared, you need to find some way of keeping your responsibilities to your employees going. So that's where that went.
Are there any other questions?
All right, there's got to be questions.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, I developed a software architecture that integrated the Amiga. So the DSP from AT&T, they had an operating system that actually ran on the DSP. It was called VCOS, which stood for Visible Caching Operating System. And the fascinating thing about this was it was actually a time-sliced operating system that ran on the DSP. So you could do all of these functions, a modem, if you had enough headroom, a modem, JPEG decoding, all these things, you know, all together on the single DSP. And then you could scale it. So if one DSP wasn't enough, you could just add additional DSPs. So, you know, I, along with this friend that I told you about, and I'll mention his name because I didn't before. His name was John Cadona, or Johanan Cadona, and I think he's a researcher now at University of Arizona. But we had developed a dual DSP board, so we actually proved the concept with multiple DSPs. But the Amiga 3000 Plus only had a single DSP on it. But one thing that I actually didn't know that I discovered at this show was that I guess, you know, Dave and Randall had been working on, they did a prototype board that had 16 DSPs on it. And well, my software would have worked on that no problem. So, you know, we designed it that way. So, and in fact, here another little interesting anecdote. Here's an interesting anecdote I'll get into. So the ultrasound machine had, I believe, 2 DSPs in it. But right just after, when Commodore was going under, a small little company came to me because they had a guy going to Murray Hill, Bell Labs, and working on this project, and they needed help. And it was a small little company called B. You ever hear of B?
Yeah.
Right. So this guy, Bob Harold, was working in Murray Hill, and he was, you know, commuting in from Santa Cruz or wherever they were at the time, and it was too much. So they contracted me to help them with their product. So I flew out here, and they had moved to San Jose, and I did some work. You know, I set up shop and did some work out here before moving back, and their system actually had 2 Hobbit processors from AT&T, which was based on the CRISP, and they had, I think, 3 DSP 3210s inside their original hardware. But the most interesting thing about that whole story was Jean-Louis Gasset and Steve Sackerman. Steve Sackerman was the guy who created the Color Mac, and then ultimately was the hardware lead on the Apple Newton. They took me, I went to his house, and Jean-Louis Gasset and Steve Sackerman took me out for lunch, and they shared with me, and they actually gave me a physical copy of their business plan for B. And one of the most validating things that I had ever heard from somebody outside of Commodore at the time to that day, and even to this day, was that the preamble to their business plan talked about the Amiga. And it said that when Jean-Louis Gasset was at Apple and the Amiga was coming out, that they were actually quaking in their boots. They were nervous because they said, oh my God, it's color, it's got video, hardware animation, and sprites, and they thought that this was internally a killer technology that could really hurt Apple. And his vision for B was he wanted to create, because he thought that Commodore was, you know, such a messed up company, and he wasn't far off from that in terms of management, certain management at Commodore. And there were good people at Commodore, don't get me wrong. And there were good people in management at certain engineering levels and support levels and things like this. But overall, the upper level management was a problem. The brightest light that Commodore had, I think, in terms of upper level management was in 1989 when Harry Copperman came in as CEO, and he brought in Lloyd Mahaffey. And they had both come from IBM and Apple. And Lloyd Mahaffey came from the Federal Systems Division of, I think, of Apple in Washington. So they knew a little bit about how to sell into education. And the thing that impressed me was, back then, I was very active in SIGGRAPH, I think I mentioned earlier, and Commodore would bring us into the booth to promote neat, cutting-edge things for the Amiga. And at SIGGRAPH 89, Harry Copperman had just started, and one of the first things that he did that impressed me was he asked all the developers that were there to come in and have a one-on-one with him, because he wanted to hear from us as a developer community. And if that had been, I think the case, if that had been the case early on, or if that had been the case and somehow, really filtered up to people who really controlled the company, because ultimately a guy like Harry Copperman didn't control the company. It was, people like Irving Gould and ultimately Mehdi Ali who really, held the reins on the company. I think the story of the Amiga could have been different. We could have had a much different outcome.
Something that was said yesterday, a gentleman who was standing by the curtain said, it was all these things coming together for the first time. And I'd like to pass on to you an image. Imagine we are all standing around a large vessel, and there's the graphics person, has their essence, and they pour it in the tub. And the music person has their essence, and they pour it in the tub. And all of the other modalities, they have their essences, and they pour it in the tub. And all of these fluids come rushing together and do what it is that, when fluids come together, they mix and they bubble and they do amazing things. And that, when that gentleman was talking about it, that's I think is a reasonable physical analogy of why the Amiga was so special. All of these things, it truly was, all of these things coming together and merging and melding and mixing in ways that nobody thought possible.
So I hope I answered your question. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I was just curious how big ASDG was at
Okay, ASDG, the question was how big was ASDG? And I'll answer that, and I'll give you one short story about that. ASDG grew to 35 people. And we never moved out of the garage. We simply started renting more and more garages. Now, a senior executive from Avid came to visit, and he walked in and he goes, "You're in a bleeping garage. I mean, this is really a garage. You're in a garage." And, well, they bought us anyway. So.
Do you have time for any more? How are we doing on time? Okay. Any more questions? Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Just one last thing. I have some artifacts up here. If any of you want to come see them, I have some of the original postings that started the Amiga discussion groups, and I have some of the papers and what have you in the programming class that I developed for the Amiga. So if any of you would like to come up, I'd love to share them with you. So thank you.
Quick announcement. After you see the amazing artifacts, because we're going to be closing soon, the guru meditated and went nuts. So all the t-shirts in the front desk that are for sale, they go for $5. If you're interested, go and check it out.
Yeah, it's green now.
Okay, talk.
Talk. I'm talking normally. I'm talking normally. I see it here. I see it here. So it's here. It is picking me up. It's on that channel.
Plus, what's the time when we were trying to see?
Yeah.
All right, try it now. Try it now.
Sorry.
Try it now. Test,
turned off the
test.
speaker.
Boing, boing,
Oh,
boing.
what?
Because I didn't know you were
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah. Speaker.
Maybe it was working first time.
Yep, it's good.
Okay.
That was it.
Tap. Gotta make sure. Can you
Yeah,
hear?
you're good.
Boing, boing. Okay.
You've been there, you've seen it. Actually, let's,
You go do it now.
is there another one? Touch that. Actually, mute that thing.
Will do. No.
The sound that started it all. Let me see if I can get this thing turned up. Does it have a volume control? Okay, that was all the way up. We had some AV difficulties with the show. I apologize. I usually do that. Mike, take me down about 2, 3 pips. Thank you. Usually I try to do a little more organization on like the theater AV. I didn't get a chance to do it, but I have to say that it was very successful. I think we had a tremendous effort, tremendous show. I want to thank everyone for coming. Thank everyone for doing what I ask. Sometimes I was a little rude about it, but I think you all can understand we're trying to get a lot done. It's awesome seeing all the faces. A lot of you guys were in my hotel room last night, which was pretty crazy. Wow. So we have a couple things that we're going to do for the end of the show. And we had talked about it. We're going to try to make it happen. What we're going to do is we're going to ask Joe Torre to come up. He's going to read a poem, as the way only Joe can. And then when that's complete, we're going to bring up all the machines from the history table, and we're going to set them up here, and we're going to take some photos, and we're going to basically honor what we've done here and create that a nice image to remember and to hang. I'm very excited to see that. So we'll have all the classics, next generation up here. Dave had a quick question or statement. What is that, sir?
Thank you. A great mystery. Serial number 1 has sat in my office for 30 years. And for those 30 years, there was no logo. Brought it here, there was no logo. Saturday morning, there's a ball logo on it. I would love to know how that happened, if anyone knows.
The logo fairy. It's like the missing wire, the appearing logo. Wow. Only the Amiga can make it happen. That's incredible. So clearly there's a manufacturing issue with the first one that has now been resolved. Yeah. You know, I was setting this machine up at the floppy disks that were in there, and I recognized the disks that I had downloaded from the internet to send to you. It's kind of like the beginning. Does it work? There's a lot of effort, a lot of energy to bring this all together. It was incredible, absolutely tremendous. When they say, what's that? Oh, thank you. Thank you. The only job I've got is be crazy enough to stand up front. So without further ado, because it's getting hot in this room, sorry, we're going to ask Joe to come up, read his stuff for us, and then we're going to do a little hustling to get the machines up here for one last photo.
Hi all. Boy, it's a really tough act to follow all the great speeches and great things that you've all done here. But a long time ago, when I was engineer at Gateway and had to work on a lot of intellectual property claims by Gateway and other manufacturers mass producing the Boeing logo and things, I made some pictures for usage guidelines of how the Boeing ball is supposed to be, what it's supposed to look like. Petro had begun doing this years before Gateway bought it when he was at ESCOM, so there was a lot of things, a lot of corrections that needed to be made. So I also realized it's a little bit too serious, so I made a poem about it, and I'm going to read that for you. I also made these ping pong balls, but here's the poem. It's called Ode to Boeing, and it was published in the Amazing Amiga magazine thanks to the NCAUG user group sending it to them. I just sent it to them. In the beginning, there was the ball, and it was Boeing. And the gurus of the day created the checks, and they were marked. And the marks thus made were red amidst the white, even in number yea, and odd like a pattern. And they were square all over the form, and the number of them, being a creation of programmers, was set. As he gazed upon the ball, thou shalt see 8 across, and 8 in all, bites on ball, that many tall. And if you see only half the ball, and that number seen is 64, then it is good. Yea, twice the 8 across is 16, the number of bits of a C64. The total of them all is 128. The next one, that was great. But lastly, the ball was tilted, like the Earth, so that when it spun, the moving colors changed scan lines, making the trick harder and the demo greater. And that tilt was clockwise in 16 degrees. And the ball went forth, and it is forever Boeing. And I just love this demo. I've always loved it. And I realized that taking it too seriously, I was kind of a hard ass when it was my job to be. And I was very picky, and I would call Boeing balls false Boeing balls if they were 10 by 8 or 12 by 10. And really annoyed me because sometimes it'd be like a 3 by 4 Boeing ball, and it doesn't. But then seeing today the hat and the plush toys and some other red and white things, if it ever evokes a memory in you that that's a Boeing ball, then it's a Boeing whatever it is. It's a Boeing hat. It doesn't have to be 8 by 8 and the creation of programmers. It's the creation of all the creativity of all the people that love the Amiga, and I hope we will continue remembering it forever. That's a lot more upbeat than the speech I was going to give about Gateway and how they screwed it up, and Petro and Germany and.
Let's head over to the history table. No, I have like 4 up there. I can't carry them all. Let's just walk over there. Let's just bring the machines back, and we'll set them up. We have some here, no screens. Just unplug, grab machines gently. They belong to people who love them, and we'll bring them up. Everything that's on that history table belongs, all the machines, Want all the machines on. We don't need to bring Beth's sidecar, so you don't need that one. Right, right. Actually, we could bring the Ark too, but no, up on the stage. On the stage, little guys up top, big guys in front, just like a well, it's usually big guys in back, yeah. But we have too many machines for that, so let's set the little ones up top and the big guys in the front.